c'è qualche vaccata. Tu c'hai un sacco di roba.
Io c'ho un sacco di roba, ma vaffanculo. No, sono
Un sacco di roba.
Sa. Chiudete prova. Sa. 1, 2, 3, prova. Sa.
Sa che c'ho le tue. Vai con lo scafandro. Allora, mi fai sempre riconoscere tu. Sei un po' di vaccate. Oh, un attimo ti faccio, tanto ritornerò, ma non ce ne sono, ma ce ne sono, fidele. Starting list, Dressage, questo, alle 17:50, alle 15, come ieri. Sulla macchina va a scuola. Oh, ci vanno a pulire pure i vetri stamattina. C'era delle pulizie là. Ma pure qua. Una signora delle pulizie. Però la mia camera lo sa che si bagna così. Ascolta. Tu prima stai seduto e non fai niente. Appunto, come facciamo? Col zeletto non si parla. Ha cambiato il tempo. Insomma, Montelibretti, pioggia prevista, però la pioggia prevista la dà alle 14, alle 16. Perché io
Have a banana. Have a banana.
Banana. watched this yet. I'll have to go and watch it.
Morning.
Buongiorno. Tutto bene? Ieri? Bene. Ottimo.
Good morning and welcome to FEI.tv. I am Rosie Russell and I'll be taking you through the next 3 days of competition at the FEI European Eventing Championships for juniors and young riders here in Montelibretti. We had a fantastic day of competition yesterday. We had 38 juniors come forward, 24 young riders, and it is currently Germany out in front individually and as a team in this junior competition. The score to beat currently in the junior class came from Germany's Camilla Malin-Philipp and Sir Boggles on that very smart score, 23.50. That's the score to beat. Can anybody catch it today? We'll have to wait and see. And in regards to the team, like I say, Germany out in front with a team total of 53.30, just 2.9 penalties behind them. Great Britain on 56.20, and the Netherlands are in third as it stands overnight. But we've got a full day of action coming forward today with another 37 juniors, and of course we'll be keeping a very close eye because we have our reigning individual champion coming later on today. But now we turn our attentions to our first rider of the day, riding as an individual for Great Britain, Annabelle Finston and Graffels. Good medium trot to start their test off. Now these tests must be rode in sit-in trot, unless of course for the medium trot these riders get to pick if they want to rise or sit, as we've just seen Annabelle choose to rise for her medium trot. And there is part of the test where they also have to allow the horse to stretch. That's another part where these riders get to rise, but for the rest they must stay sitting. As for our ground jury, our president of the ground jury this weekend for our Junior European Championship at C is Nikki Herbert. At E we have Van der Stuart, and at M, Meryl Schuring from the Netherlands. Graffels, just this 12-year-old mare. They've had some good form building up to these junior Europeans. They picked up second place at Belzé Junior 2-star back in May. Jump double clear at Belzé, finishing on their dressage score 30.1. This combination averaging normally around the 30 mark. Smooth transitions across the centre there. Now for these medium canter circles. Annabelle really trying to clearly show a difference between her medium canter there and then the working canter. Those little points of accuracy make a huge difference to the marks. Great balanced cantaloupe. Looked like a fairly square halt from my angle. And into the rein back. Great job of keeping them straight there, so it can be easy for these horses to want to swing into the middle of the arena when they do their rein back. Really nice free walk, a lovely stretch and a good over track. So completing her test there, our first rider of the day, of day 2 of dressage here at the FEI Eventing European Championships for Juniors. Annabelle Finston and Grafels riding as individuals for Great Britain. So like I say, the score to beat 23.50 in the individuals. Posted by Smilla Malene Phillips and Sir Boggles. Beautiful test yesterday, and if you want to catch up with any of the action that unfolded yesterday, do head to FEI.tv. You can watch back all of the tests, including our current leaders. But on we go now to another individual ride, and this time it's the turn of the Netherlands. Return to Pip van der Saan, and she brings forward Debbie. Lovely positive entry to start the test, and a very expressive medium trot. We'll keep a close eye on this combination because their personal best at the 2-star long level is a 22.8. They most definitely can post a very smart dressage score. In the 2-star long at Jardy back in May, posted 24.3, placing third there. Now into this stretch serpentine. Debbie's got this beautiful cadence in her trot, really springing off the ground. Could have shown a slight, bit more stretch on the serpentine. Even so, it's looking good. Debbie, a 12-year-old mare, formerly ridden by Annalena Scharf up to the 3-star level. And the level above what our riders are competing at today. Annalena Scharf, of course, former winner of these Junior Europeans back in 2019 with Fairy Tale 39. Fairy Tale 39, in fact, the mother of Debbie. Now for these cantaloupes. Pip kept the balance really nicely through the loop. Lovely uphill way of going. So the halt and the rein-back separately marked in this junior test. So riders making sure they get a clear immobility in that halt, because that's a mark within itself before they head back into the rein-back. So completing there, Pip van der Sar and Debbie, individual riders for the Netherlands. Like a very nice test indeed. So I will get results to you as soon as I have them through for our first two riders, because we'll be watching very closely indeed to see if anybody can take the lead from Smilla Malling Philip and Sir Bogles. 23.50 the score to beat there.
Initial test, Pip van der Sar with Debbie number 20. Questo proprio l'applauso del pubblico olandese. Adesso proprio la Germania. Germania che è la leader provvisoria, first position, la Martina.
So as we just wait for our next rider to enter the ring, these riders are given their specific time, so they do not have to go any earlier if they do not wish to. Our next rider due in at 8:13. And our next rider is an individual rider for Germany. Germany out in front in the individual standings, and of course as a team 2.9 penalties ahead of Great Britain, who are in second. Turning our attentions now to our individual rider. For Germany we have Friedrich Band Recap and Bertenser. It's a good start to the test. They're just going to start to enter their leg yield off to the right. These leg yields really highlighting the suppleness of these horses and that bend through their body. second one comes up fairly swiftly afterwards, back into the opposite direction across to the left. Now for the stretch serpentine. Really nice stretch out. This could go slightly lower, but overall a good stretch for the 2-loop serpentine. And there you can really see Friedrich trying to show a big difference between the medium canter and back to the working canter. Vertans are a 13-year-old gelding. And a combination that are incredibly consistent in their international career. Only ever been outside the top 25 once. Now for the downward transition across the middle of the arena, another accuracy test. It's right on the centre line, right in the eye line of our president of the ground jury, Nikki Herbert, as is this halt, which, like I say, separately marked to this reinback. Friedrich did a great job of making sure there was a clear immobility in that hold before he went into the reinback. So completing there as an individual for Germany, British band Kamp and Vertanza. Lovely to see the German squad all out supporting one another. Always have a German flag waving. The camaraderie is really, really great to see, and that's what these championships are all about as well. This could be the first time these riders are getting a taste of a team experience and representing their country. That in itself, to be selected for these championships, is a huge achievement. So whatever happens across the weekend, I'm sure many riders will be delighted just to be given the opportunity to be here representing their country. And riding as part of a team can be quite different to when you have to ride as an individual at your standard events. We'll see tomorrow when the cross-country is underway, some of these riders will have to ride under team orders and take routes and options that they may not have chosen if they were riding as an individual, but it definitely is the mentality of team first. And it's a great experience for them, especially if they want to head up the levels and be part of the senior championship teams. This is where it all begins. We've seen many medal winners come through junior and young riding ranks.
Good morning.
ที่สีเนี่ยเป็นสื่อหนังเลย
Now we move on to another individual rider, this time for the Netherlands. It's the turn of Senna van Hout and Calgary 92. Calgary 92 by Connor 48. Opt in for the rising trot for the medium. Like I said, two parts of this test that can be ridden in rising trot opposed to sitting. The rest of the test must be conducted in sitting trot, but the medium trot and our stretch serpentine that we will get to can be ridden in a rising trot.
Total points 416.5. Percentage 69.77. Negative points 250.
Now here's the stretch serpentine. Clear difference in that stretch. And back into this nice uphill head carriage. Smooth transition up to canter. Very brave with the medium canter there. But judges reward their positive riding. They like to see these riders riding for every mark. Being bold with their movements, not riding tentatively. Again, another bold medium canter. Lovely transition down to trot. Nearly a square hole. Clear steps, but very, very slightly wavering to the inside. You can see Calgary 92 just slightly turn the bum into the inside of the arena. Judges really looking for straightness in that rein back. And it can be difficult when you've got boards on one side and not on the other. The horses naturally want to swing one way. But a very relaxed free walk. While completing their test there, Calgary 92, just an 8-year-old coming forwards. Individual riders there for the Netherlands.
Va a chiudere una buona prova sia Vannucci Calgary. Lasciano di gara. Prossima nazione.
So the next rider to join us in the ring will be another individual rider from Sweden.
Come punteggio di Fredrik Reckamp, Germania, 12 144,5, divisione C, 154, divisione 151, punti complessivi di 449,5.
So next to join us in the arena for Sweden, riding as an individual, it will be Sara Rudaschilling and CFS High Spec. CFS High Spec. Another horse by Ars Vendi. We saw a couple yesterday by Ars Vendi, a popular eventing stallion.
Quello di vincere adesso Sara Rudaschilling, CFS High Spec. Numero 10. Now, number 10, CFS High Spec, Sara Rudaschilling.
So good start to the test. Now heading into the first of the leg yields. CFS High Spec, 14-year-old. Combination picked up 7th at Caravino 2-star long. They were also just outside the top 20 at Stragom 2-star short in June this year. They average around the mid-30s dressage. The best at this level being a 34.1 when they picked up that 7th place at Caravino. Very smooth transition down. Quickly back up to canter again. medium canter. So we're really trying to show a difference there between the working and the medium canter. Doing a good job of keeping the rhythm in these canter loops. We saw a couple horses yesterday add in a few flying changes and get their legs in a muddle. But ideally they want to be staying on the correct canter lead throughout the entire loop, bending through their body. Good straight rein back, a little abrupt to the halt at sea. But fantastic use of that corner before they head now to their free walk on a long rein. Kept a good walk between V and K. So completing there as an individual. Sarah Rudishili, CSF high spec.
Va a chiudere la sua prova Sara Rudizzioli, Svizzera, 15 Rudizzioli.
She looks absolutely delighted that, along with the rest of the Swiss contingent. Great to see all these flags out. They could be supporting one another.
Adesso abbiamo la Svezia.
As we turn to our last individual before we move on to our third rotation of team riders in this FEI Eventing European Championship for Juniors. So our last individual rider to join us before, like I said, we move on to our third rotation of team riders. It's now the turn of Sinja van Strad and Alan the Fifth. Lovely positivity to this entry. Centre line's the first impression these judges have of these horses and riders. So important that it's a positive one. Alan fifth for 16-year-old gelding. And it's been a very good 2023 two-star season for this combination, having never been outside the top 5 so far this season at the two-star level. Very nice stretch on this serpentine. Really see Alan stretching down and out, not having his head tucked too far in. That's what these judges are looking for in the stretch. Suppleness over the back. A very smooth transition up to canter. Well, this combination can regularly post a smart dressage test, normally around the low 30s region. Personal best at the two-star long level is a 31.7. Showing a difference there in that medium canter. Back to working canter. She did a great job at maintaining the balance in the canter loop. Smooth transition into the halt, but just not quite square. There's some nice straight rein back steps. One thing to use done very well throughout this test. Her accuracy has been great. And that's where you can gain these extra half marks, which all add up and make a huge difference when it comes to the scores. So completing her test there, individual rider for Sweden, Van Strad and Alan.
Adesso ci dedichiamo alla Francia, a vedere una delle componenti del team francese che ha la quarta posizione dopo i primi 2 di 9.
So we've had some results come in. Our first rider to join us of the day was Annabelle Finston and Grafels for Great Britain, riding as individuals. Score E 68.864, at C 67.273 and at E 67.2 7.3 as well. Total percentage of 67.80 and a penalty mark of 32.20 into 16th place at this current stage of competition.
This set is for 15, 13, for position after 2 rounds. Quindi bisogna seguire con attenzione la pratica.
And we have a score in for Pip van der Sam and Debbie from the Netherlands. At E 69.545, C 67.50, and at M 72.273. So a total of 69.77 is their percentage, and a total penalty mark 30.20. Some really, really tight scoring. It's going to be very interesting tomorrow on cross country day. But now we have a look at our first team rider of the day for France. We're on to our third rotation of team riders. And it's the turn of Rachel Viola and Rivero. Very expressive start to their test. Riviera is 10-year-old. Last year they picked up 2 wins at the 2-star level. Very nice stretch on their serpentine. We'll be keeping a close eye on this test because this combination have previously posted some very smart scores. Regularly sub 30 and can get down to the mid-20s. Their personal best at the 2-star level, 24 exactly. Now remember the score to beat. Still held by Germany. Miller, Malin, Phillips and Sarah Boggles 23.50. Can they post a personal best here? We've seen a few people have personal best dressage tests yesterday. What a place to get your personal best at a European Championships. Very smooth transition across that centre line. Riviera has this lovely uphill way of going. A bold medium canter on this circle. Lovely transition back down to working canter. We'll keep an eye on this score as well, because not only are they smart in the first phase, but they have never had a cross-country jumping or a cross-country time penalty together. So it is likely they may not add anything tomorrow. Lovely hold, a clear immobility before she went into the rein back. Very nice over track in this free walk. Lovely long stretch of the neck as well. Some real purpose to the walk. Well, huge cheers there from the French team. Rachel Weiler, Riviero. The school will be keeping a close eye on. They can post very, very low scores. 24 the best they have been at this level. So the third team rider for France.
Another team now of Poland. Carolina Procediamo con componenti delle squadre. Andiamo a seguire la prova della macchina polacca Carolina
So a score in for Sarah Udashili, CFS high spec, who we had earlier on today. At E, 59.773, 64.318 came from C. And at M, 64.773, 62.95 the total percentage score. That converts to a penalty score of 37.10, the same score as Marcus Burgos and Calista van Vickenhove, who came yesterday for Belgium. So they're going to joint 26th place. Well, now we head on to Team Poland. And the third rider to go for them is Karolina Miss and Go Jack. Go Jack by Gravi 6. Very nice medium trot to start their test. Go Jack, a 12-year-old gelding. Finished on their dressage score to take the win in Stragon back in June this year. In the two-star short. Dressage score that day was 31.1. They can average around the 29.3 mark. That has been their average over the last 6 runs. Now into this stretch serpentine. Really nice stretch down. Really using the back and showing off the horse's ability. Another smooth transition up to canter. Great to see these riders again riding with such positivity in these medium canters, being brave with it. Now a clear transition back from medium canter to working canter into their second canter loop now. A nice square halt there at C. Lovely clear immobility before they head into the rein back. Good over track in the walk. Key thing these judges are looking for in this free walk. And that hind hoof steps over the hoof print from the front hoof. Really shows engagement from behind. Well, completing their test there for Team Poland. Karolina missed. Go, Jack. And the score has come in for Sinje Vanstrad, who we saw a little bit earlier on this morning, and Alan the fifth. From the judge at E, 70% exactly. Judge at C, 67.727. And judge at M, 68.182. Total percentage score of 68.64. And that turns into a penalty score of 31.40. Into 12th place individually as it stands. So still out in front. We have Marlene Samilla Phillip and Sir Boggles. 23.50. That's the score to beat. So when we head now to a team rider for Great Britain, it's the turn of Pippa Royal and Beano. Beano by Contendro. Lovely positive entry. Beano, Pippa Royal, they're currently the British national champions, the junior British national champions. They took the win at Belsay this year. Owned by Caroline Harris and Rebecca Salt. Beano, a former ride of Flora Harris. We know has been a big supporter of Pippa. Flora done a fantastic job of producing lots of young horses right the way up through the levels. Onto this stretch serpentine. Really nice stretch down. Beano really using himself. Good collection back up before they make their way to the canter work. So that bell that you just heard there, unfortunately Pippa made an error in her dressage test. She was due to pick up canter in this top corner. So the bell went, the judges just say you've made a mistake, and then she'll carry on back where she left off. So she'll have -2 for the mistake. But now as a rider, this is the hard part. You've got to put that mistake behind you, carry on with the rest of the test, and pretend it never happened, which is a lot easier said than done. Well, she's doing a great job so far. Lovely cantaloupe. And they took that win at Belsay in the 2-star long to claim their British Junior National title. Posted their best ever dressage test at the level of 28.4. Behano was ridden last year by Lottie, Pippa's sister. And they had a successful season together, being picked as reserves for the Junior Europeans that took place last year at Hartbury. They're an incredibly elegant rider in this first phase. Into their halt before this rein back. Some straight rein back steps. Fantastic use of that arena before she heads down into her free walk. Lovely purpose to this free walk. You don't want to see these horses dawdling across the arena. You want to have some activity and purpose to the free walk. She has exactly that. So completing their test there, Pippa Royal, Beano. Like a lovely test, just that unfortunate one error during the test. But she rode with such maturity, put that well behind her and carried on with the rest of the test beautifully. Score is in for Rachel Weiler and Riviero. E 74.318, at C 72.727, at M 75.909. So it was a very smart test indeed. Percentage score of 74.32 and total penalty score of 25.70. Into 5th place individually. Still out at front for Germany, Miller, Malin, Phillip and Sir Boggles, 23.50. Nobody's quite been able to catch her just yet. But we still have a long day of dressage yet to go. And of course we have our reigning gold medal individual rider from the Europeans last year yet to join us for Germany. Now we move on to our final rider before a very short 10-minute break. The team rider for the home nation, Italy, Andrea Guerra-Disset and Luvis. Smart medium trot to start the test off. Back down this centre line. True test of straightness before they then have to leg yield across the arena. Just showing the horse's suppleness and ability to bend through his body. Luvis, this 12-year-old gelding. This combination, no stranger to Montelibretti. They've had 2 wins already this year at the 2-star level, and one of them came here at Montelibretti. They actually started their season off with that double win. Like I say, one here at Montelibretti, where they finished on their dressage score of 33.1. And then about a month later, they went over to Ravenna, where they took the win there, finishing on their dressage score of 29. So they average around the low 30s, late 20s. Best they've ever scored at the level was when they took a trip to Tony del Vivaro this year in the 2-star long. 28.5 is the best they've scored at 2-star long. Smooth transitions across the centre line there. Into our canter loops. Balance kept well throughout. Now they head up to this halt and rein back. Smooth halt, not quite square, but some straight rein back steps. You can see Andrea just working to keep the positivity in the walk before they head down for this free walk. A nice over track in the walk. Good stretch of the neck out. Could be very slightly lower in the neck, but overall a nice free walk. Well, completing their test there. Andrea, Guida, Set and Luvis, team riders for Italy. Score is in for Carolina Miss Gojak at E62.955, C65.682 and at M70.455. Total percentage score 66.36 and total penalty score of 33.60. Same score Mila Bergvig and Stella Quick Change, who came yesterday, so into joint 22nd. So that's our final rider before we will have a 10-minute break. We will be back at 9:15 for the continuation of our junior European eventing dressage. So don't go far, because we'll be back very shortly on FEI.tv.
Allora, andiamo a dare lettura dei voti per Piccaroi, Italiano, Weekend, Lambesanna, direzione 149,
Non lo fa, non lo fa, non lo fa.
Non lo faccio.
No,
Dentro l'acqua come lo faccio?
appunto, non lo fa.
Guarda che portello.
59, percentuale del 69%.
Io mi dire da una sciacquolata al filo.
Per Piccaroi, Virginia 151.5, total points 459, percentage 69, 55, negative points 30 and 50. So, complete that team, in total negative points after 3 riders, 56.7, 56.7, France 84.7. Fino a questo momento il segno negativo più basso corrisponde proprio alla squadra francese, 84 e 6, 86 e 7 a Gran Bretagna. Ancora dobbiamo dare lettura del punti negativi per quanto riguarda il team C, tedesco e per il team olandese, che sono le 4 posizioni, con la quinta posizione dell'Italia. Quindi siamo in attesa. E allora andiamo a dare lettura, perché siamo ancora in pausa, arriva proprio in questo momento i voti della G7, 141 vi dice niente, 152 vi dice in C, 154 in N, il periodo complessivo di 447, la percentuale è quella del 67 e 63, punti negativi 32-30. For Italy, Tajini, 141, Tajin C, 152, Tajin M, 154. Total points for under 37, percentage is 67-73, negative points 52 and 13. So, into the team, total negative points after 3 riders, 97 and 10. E quindi con il risultato l'ultima della terza componente della somma, la galla D7, Italia a 97,10 punti negativi. Abbiamo visto anche una corrente dell'Olanda, ma non era componente della squadra, ma figura individuale, quindi manca ovviamente ancora il terzo corrente il team olandese. C'è anche da riprendere la Germania, anche questa è una dinamica di un'attenzione, ovviamente compone la squadra.
Well, welcome back to FEI.tv. I'm Rosie Russell and I will be taking you through today's dressage here at the FEI Eventing European Championship for Juniors and Young Riders in Montelibretti. We're currently on our juniors section. We've had a great morning of dressage so far, but on we go to our next team rider. Well, currently out in front individually and as a team, it is Germany, the score to beat. Individually is 23.50 after 2 team riders. Germany are out in front, 2.9 penalties ahead of Great Britain. But what can their third team rider bring? It's turn of Emily Kerbel and entertain you. Good start to the test so far. Now coming to a second leg yield, and this time across to the left. Entertain You, a 15-year-old gelding. Entertain You, no stranger to the European Championships, competed at the Senior European Championships of 2019 in Lamoulan with George Kerbel. Lovely transition up to canter. This combination already picked up a win at the level this year, taking that win at Lamoulan 2-star long. Rhythmical cantaloupe. Make their way back round before this transition change across the centre line, right in the middle of the arena. So clear eye line for all of our ground jury judges. At C we have Nikki Herbert for Great Britain, E van der Stewart for Ireland, and M Mel Schuring for the Netherlands. This is a score we will be keeping an eye on because this combination are incredibly good jumpers. They've not picked up a single jumping fault internationally since they started together. There's a high chance they could finish on whatever they manage to score today. And so far it's looked like a very nice test. Lovely square halt at C. Good rein back. Judges are looking for 3 to 4 steps of rein back in this junior 2-star B test. Well, a good square halt to complete the test there for Emily and Entertain You. Third rider for the German team. Germany, real powerhouse in these youth Europeans over the years in the junior division. Over the last 5 years have always picked up a team medal. And it's looking pretty good this year. They're currently in the lead after 2 riders, so we'll wait and see for the score from their third rider. Emily Kerbel, Entertain You. And talking of scores, we have a couple in from our previous dressage session. Pippa Royal, Bayano, from the judge at E 67.727, judge at C 72.045, and the judge at M 68.864. Total percentage score is 69.55, so 30.50 is her final penalty score into 12th place. And we also have a score for our final rider before our break from Italy, Andrea Gaedicet and Luvis, and judge at E 64.0 69.091. Judge at C69.091 and judge at M 70% exactly. 67.73 was their final percentage. Penalty score of 32.30. Same penalty score as Arn Konegrach and Enzo G from Belgium yesterday, so into joint 20th. But we turn our attentions now to our Spanish team rider. It is the turn of Leah de Ulacia Martinez and Cianini. So nice start to the test so far for Leah and this 16-year-old mare. This combination picked up 2 top 10 placings so far this season at the 2-star level. And they were 6th place at Jardy 2-star short. And they've also picked up 4th place at Madrid 2-star long. Now for our stretch serpentine. We're seeing these stretch circles and serpentines being introduced to more and more dressage tests up through the levels. Our young riders have a half circle trot stretch to perform, and we see it all the way up to the likes of the 5-star level, really allowing judges to see the horses working freely over their back to be sure they're working in the correct way. Combination no stranger to Montelibretti. In fact, we're here back in March. Fortunately, little trip on the corner, I think. But they've regained their balance. Put that behind them, and nice transitions across the centre of the arena. And last time they were here at Montelibretti in March, 33.3 was their dressage score. They managed to finish on it to pick up 16th place. Nice downward transition, slightly coming above the bit. Well maintained, now into the halt. Smooth halt, not quite square, but some straight rein back steps. Leah doing well to maintain the attention of Chirini across this free walk. Could have showed a slight bit more stretch, but on the whole it was a balanced free walk. So completing their test there for Spain, Eliadu Alicia Martinez.
Battuto della sua prova Eliadu Alicia Martinez, Constantini, finisce il test, Alicia Martinez, Spain, Camille number 41.
So the score still to beat in the individual standings is 23.50 set yesterday by Smilla Malin Philip and Sir Boggles. But we head on now to our next team rider, this time for Team Belgium. They currently sit in 8th place after 2 riders. So what can their third rider bring to the table? It's the turn of Kato de Smit and Bon Mahon Silver Vixen.
Allora signori, di curva, allora facciamo U, si dice il 154,5, si dice 161, si dice 163,5, punteggio complessivo 489,50.
So Kato just choosing to rise in that medium trot. We've seen quite a few riders opt to rise in the medium. On past the test that rising trot is allowed. Other than the stretch serpentine, the rest of the test must be conducted in sitting trot. Bon Mahon Silver Vixen and 11-year-old gelding by Bon Mahon Master Blue.
Total points 489.5, percentage 74.17, negative point 25.18. And so for the
This combination placed second here at Montelibretti at the start of the year in the Junior 2-star.
And 10 is the leader, also with the 3 riders, after 3 riders, German 79 and 10, 84 and 6.
And they've been just outside the top 10 at Kronenberg back in June. Clear difference there between the medium canter and back to the working canter now before making their way into these canter loops. Kato familiar to riding at these European Championships, but when she was part of the Pony Europeans in 2021, where she picked up 14th at Stragon on her pony Orchard's Tiger Sun. Rhythm kept in the second of the canter loops. This combination made the step up to 3-star in May. Completed the 3-star there out in Jardy. Finished just outside the top 40. So onto the free walk. Good over track. You can see Kato ensuring that the purpose stays throughout the entire free walk. It can feel like quite a long way across the diagonal there. While completing her test for Belgium, Kato just hit Bomhon Silver Vixen, the third team rider for Belgium.
Prova stato Dressage, buona Montelibretti per il Belgio, finisce al Dressage test at the Disney Belgium under 42. L'Austria, Magdalena Zillotto, highlight RZ. 34.
Well, a score is in for our first rider we had in after the break. That was Emily Kerbal and Entertain You. From our judge at E, 70.227. Judge at C, 77.955. And our judge at M, 74.318. So a total percentage of 74.17. That turns into a penalty score of 25.80. So they go into individual 6th place. Still the score to beat 23.50. On we go now to a team rider. This time for Austria. Magdalena Zellhofer and highlight RZ. It started as a very expressive medium trot, a slight loss of rhythm and balance in the middle, but well maintained by Magdalena, so there wasn't a break into canter. Highlight RZ, a 10-year-old mare. Combination inside the top 20 at the Junior Europeans last year at Hartbury. So they have that European Championship experience under their belt. Nice transition up to canter, now for medium canter. A little loss of balance as they started that circle. Bold in the medium canter on the circle. An unfortunate break there in the canter loops. Definitely not the first to have had their legs in the muddle during these canter loops. They're very difficult. Got to make sure you maintain the balance and the bend, and some horses just think, oh, I'll help you out and do a flying change or break to trot. This combination took the win last year in the 2-star short of Fellback. A much better canter loop on the second time. Some horses do have one range stronger than the other, so one may be a little bit easier for them. This combination regularly competing at the 3-star level. In fact, have 3 top 15 places at 3-star. Lovely square halt there before they go into the rein-back, and a very clear immobility. These are separately marked, this halt and rein-back. She made sure she halted and had a clear immobility for a good few seconds before she went into the rein-back. Well, completing her test there for Austria, Magdalena Zaloffa and Highlight RZ.
E bene, chiede l'Austria con Magdalena Zaloffa, Highlight RZ, 1.34. Finisce il test Magdalena Zaloffa. Andremo Mosna, Courier, numero 64, di Dressage, in questo caso.
So the score is in for Leo Lucia Martinez and Cherini, who we saw a little bit earlier on. Judge at E 59.318, judge at C 65% exactly, judge at M 63.182, so a total percentage of 62.50, total penalty mark of 37.50, into 37th place. As we now turn our attentions to our next team rider, this time for the Czech Republic, it's Andrea Novotná and Korea. Very minor resistance there in the head when they started their started their leg yield. Haven't quite made it to the young riders test just yet.
punti negativi 33,90. Capital Smith, Bonamont, Vixen, Belton, Latini, 142.
Korea's 8-year-old gelding.
Agency 142.
This combination started their international career last year.
Qatar point, 400.
So only their second year competing internationally.
Percentage 66.14, negative point 52 and 90. So Belton team, total negative points 103.2.
Good transition up to canter. Now for the medium canter circles. Bold medium canter. Combination regularly finishing in the top 20 at the 2-star level. A little bit resistant in the downward transition. Korea only 8 years old, still fairly young. With a championship atmosphere, and it can be very different sometimes riding at these youth championships compared to other events these riders and horses may have been used to. So a better transition down on this rein, much smoother. Now we head for this rein back. Well, a nice square hold, looking very accurate. See, 4 steps of rein back, nice and straight. The best they've scored at the 2-star long level so far in their career has been a 35. So finishing the test there for the Czech Republic team, Andrea Novotná and Korea. Well, the score is in for Katie de Smit, Bomhon Silver Vixen, who we saw a couple horses ago. At E64.773%, C64.545, and at M69.091. Total percentage score of 66.14. Total penalty score of 33.90. So 33.90 for Katie de Smit, Bomhon Silver Vixen, puts them into 28th place and is in fact a personal best at the level for the pair. Now, putting out your personal best at a European Championships really is quite some achievement. As we just wait for our next rider to join us, the third team rider for Finland. team stand-ins after just 2 riders. Currently Germany out in front, Great Britain in second, 2.9 penalties behind Germany. Netherlands are in third, just 1.3 penalties behind Great Britain. That's the top 3 as it stands. France close behind there in 4th, and Italy in 5th. Of course, that's only after 2 riders. We're on to our 3rd rotation of team riders now. On we go for Finland, the 3rd team rider. Julia Nikkonen and Duchess Diamond.
Mycket spännande Dominicanen Syrien. Macchina finlandese, terza componente della Finlandia. 54esimo di nono, complessivo di 2 giorni, questo campionato europeo. Junior.
Duchess Diamond, this 11-year-old mare. They were at the Junior Europeans last year. Didn't quite go to plan out on cross country, but they're back here this year to hopefully put it right. So good start to the test. Slight resistance in the leg yield. Head just started to come a little bit above the bit. Julia doing a fab job of trying to keep that relaxation now into this stretch serpentine. And a lovely stretch down. Smooth transition up to canter now for this medium canter. This combination very consistent at the 2-star level. Only been outside the top 10 once this season so far.
Total points 110, percentage 62, 12, negative points.
Now for the second canter loop.
So for the opposite team, the 3 riders, total negative points 108.4.
It's a combination average around the mid to low 30s in the first phase. Making the way up now before this halt and rein back. good over track in this free walk. Just looking for a slightly lower stretch. Well, finishing their test there for Finland, Julia Nikkonen and Duchess of Diamond. The third team rider for Finland, as we now move on. And I have a result, in fact, for Highlight RZ and Magdalena Zellhofer. From the judge at E, 60% exactly. Our judge at C, 62.72%. And our judge at M, 63.63%. So total percentage score of 62.12 and a total penalty score of 37.90. So on the same score as Ireland's Ted O'Leary and Master Swatch. So that puts them into joint 39th place. So talking of Ireland, they will be our next nation in the arena. So the Irish team, after 2 riders, are currently sat in 11th place. As their third team rider just makes their way around the edge of the arena. It's the turn of Momoshihi and TMX Herbie. TMX Herbie by VDL's Rocco Blue. Ireland currently, of course, are reigning team silver medalists at the junior level. Picked up that silver medal at Hartbury last year. An expressive medium drop to start the test off. TMX Herbie, this 11-year-old. Working in a lovely uphill head carriage. Former ride of Tim Lips up to the 4-star level. So although there is some experienced horses in our junior championships this weekend, by no means means that it's easier for these riders. There is a bit of a misconception at times that some people think that if the horse has competed up to the top level of sport, it makes life easier for our young riders. It does allow them to go up through levels and have the experience, but it definitely doesn't mean that these horses are any easier. Sometimes what makes them good is the fact they're a little bit quirky. Nice medium canter circle. Heading round now to the first of their canter shallow loops. Now this combination incredibly competitive at this 2-star level. Only once have they been outside the top 10 in the last 18 months. That consistency really is to be admired. Combination normally average around the 28.6 mark in this first phase. I have got down as low as 22.3. That was their personal best in Ballandenisk last year at the 2-star long. Nice square hold before the rein back, a very clear immobility. That halt and rein back separately marked. Lovely over track in the free walk. Good purpose to the walk as well. Like I said before, these judges are looking for activity in the walk. They don't want to see horses dawdling across the middle of the arena. And there's lovely activity to that walk. Now it's just maintaining the calmness before the trot at K. These horses, they know what's coming. If they've run through the test before, they can start to anticipate the odd movement or two. Well, completing their test there for Team Ireland. Irishi CMX Herbie. Well, a score is in for Andrea Novotna and Korea from our judge at E 66.364, judge at C 62.273. And our judge at M 66.136. Total percentage score is 64.92. And a total penalty mark of 35.10. Well, we have 3 riders on 35.10. We also have Michał Zoba and Elzowski for Poland. And Teresa Kusa and Kwantos Mer for the Czech Republic. So 2 of the Czech Republic riders on the same score. Talk about team consistency. So there we are, all in joint 30th place. But now we turn our attention to our penultimate rider before we have a break. Riding as a team member for the Netherlands, Sophie Weening and Jimmy Choo M.
After 3 riders, 109. Una gara di punteggi proprio sulle americane, senza inglesi, Salomon.
Beautiful, expressive medium trot across that long diagonal. Jimmy Choo M, the 9-year-old gelding. This combination just outside the top 10 last year at the Junior Europeans, picking up 13th place there. Also inside the top 15 recently back in August at Arville 2-star short, finishing on their dressage score of 38.1. Very bold, brave, medium canter circle. Good transition back to the working canter. The average in this first phase at about a 34.1. But we have seen a few people over the last 2 days have personal bests. If you can get a personal best at European Championships, what a place to get it. Really is testament to the training and being able to peak these horses at the right time. Another brave medium canter circle. Nice transition back to working canter. Combination also picked up second in the 2-star long at Kronenberg in June. We've had some good prep runs in the build-up to this European Championships. Smooth transition into the halt and a straight rein back. Bit of a spook in that corner, but well managed there by Sophie. Doing well to manage the walk. Tension nearly crept in, but she made sure there wasn't a break into trot. Long diagonal can feel quite long if you've got a horse that wants to trot. So completing the test for the Netherlands, Sophie Weening, Jimmy Choo. Big cheers there from the support crew. It really is a huge team effort to have these horses and riders ready ready to go for these European Championships. Score is in for Andrea Novotná and Korea. I beg your pardon, we now have a score in for Julia Nickner and Duchess Diamond from our judge at E 65.909%, judge at C 64.773, and our judge at M 66.364, so a total percentage of 65.68 and a total penalty score 34.30. So into 30th place, just ahead of Andrea Novotná and Korea. We drop down into 31st. We also have a score in for Omurashihi and TMX Herbie. Our judge at E 65.227, judge at C 61.818, and judge at M 63.182, so a total percentage score of 63.41 and a total penalty score of 36.60 into 35th place. As we now move on to our final rider before our break for Denmark, riding as an individual, Caroline Larsen. Aller Uppgards Fantastique. Aller Uppgards Fantastique, just a 8-year-old mare. Combination were 7th in by a 2-star long in August. Nice stretch on the Serpentine. And a good collection before they start their canter work. Bit of a spook as they popped up into canter, but well managed by Caroline. Good balance on the canter loop. They also picked up a top 20 at Le Moulin 2-star long in July this year. Dressage score there was 37.3, which has been their personal best at this level so far. Smooth transition back down to trot. Next for them will be this halt and rein back. Well, a very smooth transition into a square halt. Shame a little flinch from a bit of a spook, but the initial halt was very square. Good over track in the free walk. You can see a good swing over the horse's back. And a nice stretch down. So completing her test, looking absolutely delighted. Caroline Larsen, Arupgard's fantastic individual riders for Denmark. So they were in fact our final rider before we have a break. So we will be back at 11:13 Central European summertime. But as it stands, the score to beat still individually. Who came yesterday and put down this fantastic score? Smilla Mully and Philip Serboggles 23.50. That's the score to beat. So we will be back, as I say, at 11:13 Central European summertime. So do tune back into FEI.tv, and if you want to catch up with any of the action whilst we're on our break, do head to FEI.tv, where you can watch all of the dressage so far for our eventing European Championships in Montelibretti for the juniors and young riders. See you soon.
Lettura del punto di definizione, freewheeling, giudice ne 155.5, giudice C 147, giudice ne 155 punto gioco persivo 450 50 69 32 grazie 30 60 punti negativi. Guardini più freewheeling, Guardini 155.5, WC 147, WM 155, total points 457.5, percentage 69.52, negative points 30 and 70. Allora signori, classifica vede dopo i tre concorrenti la prima posizione della Germania 69-10, la seconda della Francia, la terza della Gran Bretagna, la quarta posizione dell'Olanda e la quinta proprio dell'Italia. Olanda, e quindi con l'ultimo concorrente si porta a 88 punti di punteggio negativo. For position from Netherlands now after 3 riders, 88.20. position for Germany, starting 9.10, second position for France team, 54.6. Third position, 21.7.
Non la fate a venire giù qua, brigadiere? Non la fai a venire giù qui, che cazzo fai?
Allora signori, gara che va a riprendere a tutti gli effetti, quindi proseguiamo. I colori sono proprio quelli dell'Italia.
Welcome back to FEI.tv. I'm Rosie Russell and I'll be taking you through this next session of dressage here at the FEI Eventing European Championship for juniors and young riders in Montelibretti. We're back underway with our next section of junior riders. Today we will see 37 junior riders come forward, and so far the score to beat on the individuals is 23.50, posted by Samila Marlene Phillips and Sir Boggles. And currently, after 3 riders so far in our team rotation, Germany are still out in front. But now we turn our attentions to the home nation, as we have an individual rider in the arena now for Italy. Sophia Pinney and Calgary, Kansas. Choosing to perform their medium trot in rising trot. The whole of this 2-star B test must be conducted in sit trot, other than the medium trot that riders can choose if they'd like to rise or sit for. And of course we have a stretch serpentine coming up shortly, of which riders can rise for. So into our first leg yield to the right. Calgary, Kansas, 9 years old. This combination picked up 2 wins last season at the 1-star level. Stepped up to 2-star this year. Now for the stretch circle. Stretch serpentine, I should say. 2-loop serpentine. Up to canter. Now they have a medium canter circle. Combination have had 2 8th places already this year at the 2-star level, 1 at Arezzo and 1 at Pratoni del Vivaro, both of which they started with mid-30s dressage tests. Showing a difference there in that medium canter as she just starts to collect back for the working canter. Now, best placing at the 2-star level has been a 3rd place in the 2-star long at Caravino. Back in April this year. 34.4 was their dressage score. They just added 2 seconds of cross-country time penalties. That's 0.8 to that score. Looked like a square halt there at C. The halt and the rein back separately marked. So riders making sure they have a clear immobility before they go into their rein back. Nice overtrack in the free walk. Key element of that free walk that these judges are looking for. Our judges for our juniors are C, our president of the ground jury, Nikki Herbert for Great Britain, E, Vanda Stewart from Ireland, and M, Meryl Schuring from the Netherlands. Well, completing her test there, looking very happy indeed, Sophia Pinney and Gary Kansas. Individual riders for the home nation Italy. As next to join us in the ring will be another individual rider, but this time it's for Great Britain. Great Britain, who have been absolute European champion dominators, a bit like Germany. Both GB and Germany normally take home a team medal from these championships. In the last 5 run-ins of the championships, GB have taken home a medal 4 times. They weren't at the 2021 European Championships, so no medal incurred there, but at every other championship in the last 5 years at the junior level, they've taken home a team medal. And of course, they are currently reigning individual silver medalists at the Junior Europeans. Isabel Cook is the current reigning silver medalist for Great Britain, and she will be in later on today. But now we turn our attentions to their individual rider, Joshua Levitt, and this one's on you. This one's on you, a 14-year-old that Josh has had since he was 4 years old, so know each other incredibly well now. Really able to build that strong partnership. It makes a huge difference to these horses and riders when they have that very cemented partnership. Lovely fluent start to the test so far. Josh riding very positively. These judges like to see positive riding in this first phase. Having a little bit of a disagreement down at the end of that leg yield. Unfortunate, but well managed by Josh as they're now into their stretching serpentine. Really nice stretch down. This one's on you, just seeming a little bit upset as they came out of that serpentine. But again, Josh riding with such maturity and just keeping his cool and moving on to the next movement. Combination of coming into these championships with some good prep. They were 4th at Belsay 2-star long and took the 3rd in the Mill Street 2-star long this year. He is known to be a little bit cheeky on the flat, but I think he makes up for it tomorrow out on the cross country. Nice smooth transition down to trot. Lovely transition back up to canter. Really listening to Josh now. Josh actually came out to Montelibretti here in Italy at the start of the year. Competed in the 2-star, just outside the top 30 there. So familiar with the venue. Lovely trot transition back down. Next for them is this rein back. Josh, and this one's on you, did make the step up to 3-star at the back end of last year. And they placed top 10 at Cornbury Freestar. Very positive free walk. Josh keeping the purpose and activity in each step. Well, a square halt to finish for Josh Levitt. And this one's on you. Individual riders for Great Britain. Josh absolutely delighted to have been picked to come out to Italy. As are many, many riders here this weekend. I can imagine it's a huge achievement just to be selected for these championships. So we now move on to our next individual rider. Our next individual rider coming forward for Germany. It's currently Germany at the top of the leaderboard in the individual standings. It's Miller Marlene Phillips Boggles 23.50. That's the score to beat at the moment. Germany, in fact, also at the top of the team standings. Haven't had 3 riders complete. Germany out in front as a team with 79.10. France have moved up into 2nd place with 84.60. And Great Britain dropped down into 3rd with 86.70. That's with 3 riders having completed their tests. But like I say, we now turn our attentions to individual rider from Germany. This time it's the turn of Ella Kruger. Ella coming forward with Koningsballer. Koningsballer by intendant. Germany have taken the individual junior title for the last 3 years on the trot. Can they make it a 4th? Currently out in front, like I say, 23.50 the score to beat. Now starting their test, individual rider for Germany, Ella Kruger and Koningsballer.
Giudizio sia Fini, cosa il Kansas, giudizio in 145 punti, giudizio in 153, giudizio in 150.
Koningsballer, this 11-year-old gelding. They've had some good success in the build-up to these championships. Placing third at Handback 2-star in August. Now onto our stretch serpentine. Very relaxed, loose trot during this stretch. Great to see. Good transition up to canter. A clear difference from that working canter to the medium canter. And a clear difference back again. Those transitions really important when moving from the working to medium canter. Conan's baller has experience up to the freestyle level, previously ridden by Charlotte von Holt. Combination average at around about a 32.5 in this first phase. Ella doing a good job of keeping that rhythm during the canter loop. Nice hold. Straight rein back. It can be very easy for these horses to want to swing their hindquarters into the arena when they've got a board on one side, which you do a great job of keeping that straightness throughout. So completing her test there, riding as an individual for Germany. Ella Kruger, Conan's baller. German flags are raised and waving. Everybody seems delighted with that test. And a score is in for our first rider after the break. Sophia Pini from the home nation Italy. And Calgary, Kansas. From our judge at E, 65.909%. Judge at C, 69.545. And judge at M, 70.909. Total penalty score of 31.20. Into 17th place as it stands. Pushing Insigne, Van Strad and Allen back down into 18th place. Well, we'll be continuing on with our individual riders next before we will move on to the final rotation of team riders. 12 teams competing in this Junior European Eventing Championship. Well, our next individual coming forward is from Ireland. It will be the turn of Anya Connolly coming forward with Castle Quarter Rambo. Ireland picked up that team silver medal last year at the Junior Europeans at Hartbury. So starting their test, riding as individuals for Ireland, Anya Connolly and Castle Quarter Rambo. Very expressive medium trot to start their test. Castle Quarter Rambo, an 18-year-old gelding, one of the older horses in the field. I think the oldest we've had so far, 19 years old. Into this second leg yield across to the left. Judges really looking for these horses to be able to bend through their body, show off their suppleness. And lovely stretch down in this trot serpentine. So one of the better stretches we've seen today. Combination of come in with some good form in the build up to this championship. Picked up a 4th place at Kilgilkie, 2-star long. Dressage at that time was 30.2, and again at Kilgilkie in the 2-star short in July. And he picked up a 6th place there, finishing on their dressage score of 33.2. Averaging around that low 30 score. Personal best of 30.2. Lovely transition back down to trot. And again, so responsive back up to the canter. A rider to be very bold with their medium canter, really wanting to show a difference between that working and medium canter. Another smooth transition back down to trot. Have this lovely uphill frame. Well, an accurate halt at C and some straight rein-back steps. Good over track seen in this free walk. Over track is when the hind leg steps over the hoof print from the front hoof. Really showing horses using their hind quarters and engage from behind, stretching over their backs. That's what the judges want to see throughout the free walk. while completing her test there as an individual rider. For Ireland, Anya Connolly and Castle Quarter Rambo. So we have just 2 more individual riders before we move on to our final rotation of team riders. And our next individual rider coming forward will be representing Switzerland. Well, we have a scoring for Ella Kruger from Germany and Koenersballer riding as individuals. So from our judge at E, 69.545%, judge at C, 71.136. And our judge at M, the same score, 71.136. So a total percentage of 70.61%. That gives them a total penalty score 29.40. So into 12th place, pushing Matti Garlisch and Ludwig 282 back into 13th place. Only 0.4 between Ella and fellow German Matti Garlisch, 0.4. That's just 1 second on the cross country, so it's all to play for tomorrow. Now we turn our attentions to our individual rider coming in the arena, representing Switzerland, Dana Gore and Dulcinea Dominica. Unfortunately having a bit of a break in that medium trot there. One of our younger horses in the field, just 7 years old, 7-year-old mare. Into their leg yield across to the side. Tiny bit more suppleness and bend through the body probably would have been preferred. Combination of 3 international runs at the 2-star level, and at 2 of them they have placed in the top 20, 16th at one and 12th at another. Personal best at the 2-star level has been a 35.8 in Jardy this year. One of those top 20 results coming from Avanche 2-star short. For the jump clear cross country, just had 1 pole down in the show jump in 34.2 was their dressage score there, but that was in a 2-star short. Another brave medium canter. Like I say, the judges like to see these riders riding positively. They're doing a good job of keeping the balance in the canter loop. Looks like a nice square halt at sea. And then into that rainback. Good stretch down in the free walk. Could be slightly more consistent in the head, but like I say, one of our younger horses in the field, just a 7-year-old mare. So Dana Gall completing her test there as an individual for Switzerland.
Vedere la sua prova Dana Gal l'ultima domenica per la Svizzera. Finisce il test Dana Gal con l'ultima domenica.
So we get the scores to you very shortly. Just have our 2 scores come in so far from our last group of riders. So still the score to beat, held by Smilla Mulling Philip and Sir Boggles from Germany. 23.50.
La Francia adesso, poi sulla Small con Fox 126.
So our next rider to join us in the arena will be another individual rider, our last individual rider coming forwards in this junior eventing European Championships. It's the turn of Faustine Lesmos and Corleone Tops. Corleone Tops by Tinker's Boy. Nice medium trot across that long side. And a nice leg yield across to the left. Really highlighting these horses' suppleness through their body. This 11-year-old, they picked up a win at the back end of last season when they took that win at Saint-Quentin, finishing on their dressage score of 29.2, averaging around the 30 mark. And they can dip down into the high 20s. The best dressage score at the level has been the 29.2 from that 2-star long at the back end of last year. Very smooth transition across the centre line there. nice forward medium canter. They've also had a top 10 finish at Jardy as part of their preparation for the European Championships back in July in the 2-star short, where they finished 8th. Posted a 29 in their dressage school there, just knocked one pole in the show jumping. Square halt at sea, slightly abrupt in their transition, but it was square. Equally on top's a former ride of Greg Lacoste up to the 3-star level. While completing their test, individual riders for France, Faustine Lemos and Pauline Tops. Our final individual riders for our Junior European Championships. We now move on to the final rotation of team riders. So a score in Fania Colony and Castle Quarter Rambo for Ireland. Our judge at E 64.091, judge at C 64.318 and judge at M 70.455. So a total percentage score of 66.29 and a total penalty score of 33.70. So pushing fellow Irish rider Amelia McCarthy and Finskill Endeavour into 32nd as Anya Connolly goes into 31st position. So our 1, 2, 3 as it currently stands on the individuals. Smilla Malin Philip, Sir Boggles out in front, 23.50. Second as it stands, individual rider for Italy. It is Leopoldo Petrini and Emerald Johnny, 24.80. And in third, Jean Brunel and Dexter Z, 24.90. That's the top 3 currently. Best rider from Great Britain, Anna Price, Keep Happy in 4th. But it goes Germany, Italy and then France so far on our individual standings. But we are, of course, moving on now to our team riders. And in regards to the team, it's Germany who are currently leading the way. After 3 riders have been. Underway now, the 4th team rider, 4th and final team rider for France. We have Lou Giglio Sigun and Kwasito Hans. Very nice medium trot to start their test off. French team currently sat in silver medal position behind Germany after 3 riders. 84.60 is their 3 rider score at the moment. So there's 4 riders per team, but only 3 scores count, so each team will have a drop score. Now into our trot serpentine. Nice trot serpentine. Could have a tiny bit more stretch, but on the whole, a good job there. Sorry, Johan's a 10-year-old mare. Formerly competed by Ugo Pravasi to the 3-star level. Very smooth transition back down to trot. Sorry, Johan's in this lovely uphill frame. Best this combination have scored at the 2-star long level is a 32.8. Lou not only competes in eventing, has competed up to the 1.25 meter level with her show jump horse Grand Chaco. You see a lot more eventers also taking part in show jumping and pure dressage. The likes of Gemma Stevens we see at some of the top show jumping events as well as competing in eventing. And of course the likes of Michael Young. Lovely big over track in this free walk. Good foot or so on the over track. That's when the hind hoof steps over the hoof print from the front hoof. So completing her test there, final rider for Team France, Giulio Segan and Quasari de Hans.
Va a chiudere Giulio Segan, Quasari de Hans, la Francia, quarto binomio il team francese.
As we have a score in for Dana Gall and Dulcina Dominica. Our judge at E, 60% exactly. Judge at C, 62.727. And our judge at M, the same score there, 62.727. So a total percentage score of 61.82. And a total penalty score of 38.20. They head into 50th position. But these scores are incredibly tight. It's going to make for a very interesting cross-country day tomorrow. There is quite literally just 0.1 between a lot of these competitors. So it will be all to play for out on the cross-country tomorrow.
164 diritto, in 151 diritto, in 159, punteggio complessivo di 474.
Well, on we go now to our next team rider. And this time it will be a team rider for Poland. Final team rider for Poland. This time it's the turn of Zuzana Spolwiks and Bankia. Poland currently sat in 6th place as a team after 3 riders completed on a score of 101.50. Good leg yield across to the right. And the horse with a lovely uphill way of going. Thank you, this 12-year-old gelding. Combination that have had a fantastic international career so far this year, having not placed outside the top 3 internationally at all this year. Onto the stretch circle, a very good stretch on the first half so far. They've picked up the win at Fashimie 2-star in July, finishing on their dressage score of 28.6. That was in the 2-star short. And he was 2nd place in the 2-star short in Strigon, posting a 27.4. But their best at this 2-star long level has been a 30.7. Pindu Haas. Looking like a very pleasing test so far. Showing a difference there from that working to medium canter. Lovely collection back before they make their way into these canter loops. Beautiful transition back to trot. Next will be the Rainback up at sea. Right in front of our head of ground jury, Nikki Herbert for Great Britain. A lovely halt in immobility. The halt and the Rainback marked separately, so Zuzana really making sure she had a strong immobility before she went into the Rainback. Lovely free walk, a huge overtrack, a really nice stretch down through the neck. You can just see the relaxation in this walk. It has purpose, but it's very relaxed. There's no tension creeping in. So completing her test, her final rider for Poland, Susanna Spolowicz and Bankier. And we have a score in for our individual French rider, Faustine Lasmolas and Colleen Tops, from our judge at E 74.545, our judge at C 68.636, and our judge at M 72.273. Total percentage score of 71.82 and total penalty score of 28.20. So a very smart test there, puts them into 8th place individually. So they push Splinter Bergsma and Vigo Key SRZ from the Netherlands back into 9th place. But it's still Camilla Marlene Phillip and Sir Boggles out in front, 23.50. However, we have one rider left before we have a short break, and it's one rider we will be keeping a very close eye on. She's our reigning silver individual medalist from last year's Junior European Championships. Also part of that team that took team gold. It is the turn of Isabel Cook and Mexican Law. Lovely positive entry, Mexican Law by Billy Mexico. This 11-year-old mare. And what a beautiful medium trot. This combination very capable of scoring in the mid-20s.
Arrivati dal sorteggio di Louis Giulietto Gianna, Pascal Douance, la Francia, ripresa che va a migliorare la situazione, la squadra francesina, perché 31,70 sono punti negativi e per già 68,33, quindi
Really nice stretch down for these stretch serpentines. Mexican Law, formerly ridden by Isabel's mum, Tina Cook, up to the 4-star level. Very positive medium canter for the Circle at Bassino. Clear transition back to working canter. They've had a top 5 placing at Bicton 3-star in June, so they're level above where they're competing today. They posted 29.3 in that 3-star long test. And in fact have had another top 10 at 3-star with a 7th place at Burnham Market, another sub-30 dressage. Looking like a lovely test so far for Isabel and Mexican Law. Very nice square hold. Clear mobility, and now back into the rein back. Lovely over track in this free walk. You can just see the swing over the horse's back. Loads of purpose to the walk and good stretch down. Well, a lovely test there from our current individual silver medalist at the Junior European Championships from last year at Hartbury, Isabel Cook and Mexican Law. So we'll be very interested to wait for that score to come through, but they were our final horse before we have a 10-minute break. So we'll have a short 10-minute break. When we come back, I'll get you updated where we are on the scores, but do stay tuned after our 10-minute break, because coming forwards we have our reigning individual gold medalists yet to enter the arena, Mathis Ruda and Bon Ton. So we're going to have a short 10-minute break, but don't go far. Tune back into FEI.tv for our final section of dressage, the FEI European Eventing Championships for the juniors.
Total after for riders, total negative points 96.7, quindi cambia, ovviamente va a migliorare anche la Polonia, 96,7, 51,50, questo è il quarto prima.
Ah, ce l'ha lei? Ok, subito.
quindi signori, tra poco la gara andrà a riprendere. Riprenderemo proprio con l'Italia di Federica Vincenti e Bad Boy Z. Ovviamente anche in questo caso è importante seguire la prova dell'atleta azzurra. Federica è un membro della squadra, classifica che è leggermente cambiata, la pancia che va a migliorare la sua percentuale complessiva con 82,3 fronte degli 84,60, e l'Italia che ora può giocare questa carta. Ovviamente manca ancora il quarto binomio della Germania.
Welcome back to FEI.tv. I'm Rosie Russell and I'll be taking you through this final session of dressage for the FEI European Eventing Championships for the juniors here in Montelibretti. We have had a fantastic morning of competition. We've had a fantastic 2 days of competition because this started yesterday and now we are into our final session, and it's one we're going to keep a very close eye on because we have our reigning individual gold medalist yet to come. Well, kicking off this final section of dressage, we're on to our final rotation of team riders. So coming forward now for the home nation, Italy, Federico Vincetti and Bad Boy Z. Final rider for the Italian team, Italy, who picked up a bronze medal at the 2021 Junior European Championships as a team. Bad Boy Z, a 10-year-old. So after 3 riders have been, Italy are currently sat in 5th place as a team. The score 97.10. Like a nice start to this test. On to our stretch circle here. Part of the test that riders are allowed to rise. They're allowed to rise for this stretch circle and the first medium trot. The rest must be conducted in sitting trot. Smooth transition up to canter. Combination incredibly consistent at the international level. They've had 9 international runs together and have never been outside the top 20. As part of their preparations for these championships, in June they went to Tony Del Vivaro, picked up 2nd place there in the 2-star long. 32.7 was their dressage score. Jumps double clear. Now for their second canter loop. Lovely balance throughout the whole canter loop. Very nice uphill transition down to the trot. Very smooth hole. Straight rein back steps. Now on to the free walk. Bestest combination have scored in the first phase at the 2-star long levels of 32.7. That was when they had that success at Pratoni. And picked up a 2nd place. So completing their test, final rider for Italy, Federica Vincenti, Bad Boy Z. Final team rider there as some scores are in from our previous session. So for Poland, Zuzana Spolek and Bankier from our judge at E66.591, C69.545 and at M72.955. So total percentage 69.70 and total penalty score of 30.30. And we have the score in for Isabel Cook, Mexican law. Final riders for Great Britain. At E73.182, C75.909 and at M74.318. So a total percentage of 74.47 converts to a penalty score of 25.50. So into 5th place individually, just behind fellow Brit Anna Price and Keep Happy. That means that Rachel Weiler and Riviero drop down into 6th place, but it's all incredibly tight. Just 0.1 between Anna Price and Isabel Cook. Only 0.2 between Isabel and Rachel Weiler. So 25.5 personal best there for Isabel Cook, Mexican law. We've seen a few riders have personal best dressage tests at the level today and yesterday. What a place to get your personal best at a European Championship. But here's the man we have been waiting for, our reigning individual gold medalist from the FEI Eventing European Championship for juniors. Last year they picked up the gold at Hartbury as an individual. What can they do this year? The German team sat there waiting to watch. Matthias Ruder and Bon Ton. Beautiful medium trot, so much elevation and lift off the ground. Bon Ton, just a 10-year-old gelding. They've picked up 2 wins already this season, both at 2-star short level. And one of them they finished on their dressage score of 20.6. Really beautiful stretch in these trot serpentines. Really nice stretch down and out. Bon Ton not tucking his head in, just really using his back to stretch. Such an accurate transition up to canter. A little bit of a miscommunication around the corner, but into a nice medium canter. Beautiful uphill way of going. Very smooth transitions down and up over the centre line. So far this test being rode very accurately indeed, and they're the extra half marks you can pick up. But Bonton looking a little bit keen in this medium canter. I think he's doing a fantastic job of just trying to keep his attention. Lovely transition back to trot. Beautiful transition into a very square hold. And some lovely immobility for a very straight rein back. Their personal best at this level, the 2-star long level, was a 21.5. That was from Lamoulan 2-star long last year. The score to beat today, 23.5. Well, completing their test. Final rider for Germany. Our reigning individual gold medalist. The junior Europeans from last year, Matthias Ruder. Bonton.
Matthias Ruder for Germany. Finish in test.
Looked like a beautiful test. A couple of occasions where Bonton got slightly excited and distracted, but on the whole, a very, very nice test. So I'll keep you updated on the scores as they come in, but we now move on to our final team rider from Spain.
Con David Perignan Campos, Arquillo, numero 57.
Spain currently sat in 12th place as a team as it stands, but their final rider yet to go. And here he is, David Perignan Campos. And Arquillo, DV 3301. Final rider now for Spain, David Perignan Campos, Arquillo DV 3301. Beautiful medium trot to start off their test. Arquillo, the 13-year-old, combination that went to the Europeans last year, just inside the top 20, placed 19th there at Hartpury. Kyo has this lovely expressive trot. So now into their stretch serpentine. Nice relaxation. Could show a tiny little bit more stretch down through the neck. Good transition up to canter. Combination being very competitive internationally. They've already had 2 wins this year, both of them coming at Madrid. But one in the 2-star short and one in a 3-star long, so the level above they're currently competing at today. They have the ability to post some very smart scores in this first phase. The 3-star long that they won in Madrid, 26.7 was their first phase score. When they won in the 2-star short, it was 25.5.
Arriva il punteggio per Federica Vincenti, Bad Boy Z, giudice in E 136,5, giudice in C 144,5, giudice in M 151,5, complessivo di 432,50, percentuale del 65,53.
Good balance in that second canter loop. Heading round now for the change of rank.
156.5, judge in C 144.5, judge in M 141.5, total
Lovely
points
transition down.
432.50.
Since 2020, this combination have had 6 international wins.
53. Negative points 34 and 50.
Lovely square hole.
So change the
To even have 1 international win is a huge achievement, but to have 6 since 2020 really is a very, very impressive stat.
complessiva che era di 97,10, adesso 95,4.
So finishing their test there, final rider for Team Spain, David Perian Campos and Arquilo DV3301. Huge cheers there from the Spanish crowd. So we have a score in for our final rider for Italy, Federica Vincenti and Bad Boy Z. From E 62.045%, C 65.682, and at M 68.864%, so 65.53 the final percentage score. So that converts to 34.5 as a penalty score and into 41st place. Now in front of Andrea Novotina and Korea. So when we head now to the final team rider for Belgium, in the arena we will have Caroline Van Rossum and Dalva de Afnazit. With 3 team riders haven't been. Belgium currently sit in 8th place. Dalva Den Fazed, 7-year-old mare, one of our younger horses in the field. Only started her international career last year.
Il punteggio per Matthias Röder, Germania.
Looking like a nice start so far to their test. Now to this stretch circle. Really nice stretch down.
475,50 il punteggio complessivo, 72,05 la percentuale, 28 sono invece i punti negativi. For Germany, Matthias Rüder, judging E 161.5, judging C 152.5, judging M 161.5.
They placed second in a 2-star short as part of their preparation for these European Championships in August. Dressage score of 30 exactly at the 2-star short level there. Jumped double clear.
Negative points of the team German team.
And their best ever dressage test internationally has been that 30 dressage test.
For Germany.
Good transition back down. Very minor shortening on the way down the transition, but a good one back up to canter. Nice forward medium canter. Round now for this trot transition. Across the diagonal, right in the centre of the arena. So clear for all 3 judges to see the accuracy of these riders. Lovely square halt. She didn't spend too long on an immobility in the halt. It is separately marked, the halt to the rein back, but it was a very nice halt. A positive walk in this free walk. Could show a little bit more of a stretch, a bit lower in the head. But there are quite a few distractions around at the European Championships. A whole different atmosphere to what some of these horses and riders would have been used to at previous events. So some horses can get a little bit nosy and just want to see what's going on. Final rider for Belgium completing their test there, Caroline van Rossum and Dalva Den Fazed. As we have a score in for our current gold medalists from the Hartbury Europeans last year, Matthias Rüder and Bonton for Germany. So E 73.409, C 69.318, and at M 73.409. So total percentage score is 72.05. So 28 was their final mark. Puts them into 9th place individually, pushing Faustine Lemos and Corleone Tops back into 10th place. So it's still out in front. Miller Marlene Phillips, Sir Boggles, 23.50. That is the score to beat on the individual standings. Shortly behind is Leopoldo Petrini and Emerald Johnny for Italy, 24.80. And in third, Jean Brunel, Dexter Z, 24.90. On we go now to the final team rider for Austria. Austria currently sat in 9th position, with 3 riders having completed their dressage. But now it is the turn of Jana Enya and Sunday's Gold. Sunday's Gold is 10-year-old gelding. A lovely medium trot across the long diagonal. And a very nice leg yield over to the right. Combination top 30 at the Junior Europeans last year at Hartbury. Placed 27th there. Been a partnership since 2021. Well, as part of their preparation for these European Championships, they stepped up to the 3-star level. And it's gone very well indeed, with 2 wins on the trot at the 3-star short level. Both with a mid-30s dressage. Test so far looking very nice. Keeping the rhythm and the balance throughout the whole canter loop. Lovely smooth downward transition. The same back up to canter. Nice forward medium canter circle up at C before they head into that second canter loop. Best they've scored at the 2-star long level, 28.4. That was back in 2021. quite square in the hole, but a very straight rein back. Good over track in the free walk. A little bit of tension creeping in as Jana starts to collect her reins. Just a little bit of anticipation for the trot work. Well, completing the test, final rider for Austria. Jana Enya and Sunday's gold. She looks very happy with that test. As a score is in for David Perian Campos and Akilo DV 3301 from E 69.773, C 68.636, and at M 72.50. So total percentage of 70.30. So that converts to a penalty score of 29.70. 29.7, good enough for 16th place with these current standings. Matti Gales Ludwig 282 drop down into 17th place. So our top 18 are all sub 30 scores. Still out in front with that 23.5. Smilla Marlene Phillips, Sir Boggles.
For Spain, David Peña Campos, Akio, Giagini 153.5.
So final rider for the Czech Republic team will be joining us very shortly.
Total points for under 64. Percentage 70-30. Negative point 29 and 70. So,
Czech Republic junior team currently sat in 7th place as a team after 3 riders have been. We're of course on to our 4th and final riders. 4 riders in a team, but only 3 scores count, so 1 rider's score will be a drop score. Well, the bell goes there for Anna Balkarova and Magnolia Double Diamond. Lovely positive start to the test. Magnolia Double Diamond, in fact the youngest horse in the field at just 6 years old. And what an expressive medium trot. Just 6 years old. He started his international career this year. So first year competing internationally and qualifying to be selected for these Junior European Championships is a very, very big achievement. And to be riding as part of the team. Nice stretch down on this stretch serpentine. Very brave with their medium canter circle. Really wanting to show that difference between the medium canter and then the working canter. Combination picked up a second place at Caps of a 2-star long this year. Another brave medium canter. Judges like to see these riders riding positively and riding for each mark. They average it around a 28.8 in the first phase at this level. At just 6 years old, Magnolia Double Diamond coping very well with a European atmosphere. Championship atmosphere can always be a little bit different to anything horses and riders may have experienced before. But a very mature 6-year-old. Nice square halt. Having a tendency to slightly tuck behind the vertical on the way up to the halt. Now for the free walk. Good stretch down with the head and neck. Nice over track coming through. And good positivity and purpose to the walk. Well, completing their test there, 6-year-old Magnolia Double Diamond with Anna Balkarova for the Czech Republic. So final rider there for the Czech Republic team. As a score is in for our final rider from Belgium, Caroline van Rossum and Dalva Den-Fazet. E62.955, C62.500 and M69.545, so a total percentage score of 65. So a total penalty score of 35 into 45th position.
Judging C 137.5, judging M 153. Total point for under 29.
So we now turn our attentions to the final team rider for Finland.
35.
And Selmi Leho will be next to go. Selmi aboard Crow Garden Tenor by Ludwig's Concept.
And so for Belgium, total negative point 101 and 20.
So Team Finland, after 3 riders, currently sat in 10th place.
Total negative point for Austria, 108 and 40. Jana Agner, Sanders Gold, judging E 161 and 5, judging C 146.
So underway Anselmi Leho, her garden tenor.
69.62, negative point 30 and 40. Per la Finlandia,
Her garden tenor, this
Milaio,
10-year-old gelding.
Pro Garden tenor. For Finland, Alonso Milaio, Pro Garden tenor number 64.
Top 50 at the Junior Europeans last year, where they placed 45th. So they have that European Championship experience under their belt. First phase average at this level, a 35.6. Very nice stretch in the trot. Through the trot serpentine, now just collecting the reins. Nice collection. Back up before the canter work. Very accurate canter transition. Must take place at H. And bold again in that medium canter. Nice transitions down and up. Combination took the win in the 2-star short. Support in April. Finished on their dressage score of 31.5. Lovely trot transition. Heading round now to the Rainback at C. In front of the President of the Ground Jury, Nikki Herbert for Great Britain. Nice square hole. Oh, unfortunately a little shuffle forwards. And Anselmi asked for that Rainback. They got there in the end. Very relaxed, free walk, good over track. A little abrupt to the halt, but completing their test, the final rider for Finland, Anselmi Leho and her garden tenor. As the score is in for Jana Sunday's gold for Austria. From our judge E, 73.409, judge at C, 66.591, and judge at M, 68.865. 4, so 30.40 the final final penalty score, I should say.
Rider Tom Nestor, Cool Diamond Dancer,
Into 20th.
number 8.
Still out in front is Milamalin Phillips. Boggles 23.5.
Landa Tom Nestor.
So we just have 2 riders left to go for the dressage phase of the FEI European Eventing Championship for Juniors 2023. 2 team riders left to go. And the next one is
Tom
for
Nestor,
Team
rider,
Ireland.
the second last.
After 3 team riders, Ireland currently sat in 11th place as a team. But what can we see from their final rider? Now the turn of Tom Nestor. Tom Nestor coming forward with Cooley Diamond Dancer by Jack of Diamonds. Cooley Diamond Dancer, this 11-year-old gelding. Cooley Diamond Dancer, formerly ridden up to the 2-star level and show jumped by Prue Dawes. Prue currently riding up to the 3-star level and owns Flash Cooley. Gemma Stevens rides at the 4-star level. Now for our stretch circle. Good stretch down. Better on the second half. Combination placed top 10 at Mallow 2-star long. Picking up 7th place. Dressage score there was a 30.6. They average around the low 30s at the 2-star level. A little bit of hesitation to come back to trot, but they got the transition in the end and a nice transition back up to canter. Into the second canter loop. Doing well to keep a nice rhythm and the balance throughout the canter loop.
Lettura del punteggio di Anna Balcanova nella Double Diamond, giudice in 147,
Good halt at sea.
giudice in C 145, giudice in 150.
Some straight rein back steps.
Punteggio complessivo di 446,50, percentuale del 60. 67-65, punti negativi 30 del 40.
Nice stretch down through the neck in this free walk.
Judging E,
And a good over track.
147.5, judging C 145.
Nice
judging F,
relaxed free
154.
walk, which is what the judges are
Total
looking for.
points 446.5, percentage 67-65, negative points 32 and 40. So for Czech Republic, total negative points is 100.20.
So finishing their test there, Tom Nesta, Cooley, Diamond, Dance are the final riders for Team Ireland. And the score is in for the final rider from the Czech Republic, Anna Balkarova, and Magnolia Double Diamond, just a 6-year-old, the youngest horse in the field, judge at E67.45, C65.909, and M 70% exactly. Total percentage score 67.65. That converts to a total penalty score of 32.40, and into 35th position. Right, Corney and Hennessy move down to 36th. Fellow rider for the Czech Republic.
European Eventing Championships Juniors 2023 for Netherlands, Leideneber.
So now we move on to our final rider for the FEI European Eventing Championship for Junior Dressage. And coming forward for the Netherlands, we have Leideneber and Axie Ginkgo de Huis.
Punteggio adesso per Semilaio, Finlandia, Semilaio, Finland.
Into the first of the leg yields.
Giagini,
From my angle, looked like the shoulders were leading a little bit there.
C 158, Giagini,
Come round now for their second,
total points 473.
off to the left.
Percentage 71.67.
Axie Ginkgo de Huis, just a 7-year-old gelding.
So for Finland, total negative points 99.9.
Very nice stretch on this trot serpentine. This combination stepped up to 3-star June this year, where they placed 22nd, jumping double clear. And they will also place top 30 in the 2-star short at Arville in August. So after 3 riders, the Netherlands are currently sat in 4th place, just in front of Italy. Currently stands Germany, France, Great Britain, then the Netherlands. Balance kept well during the canter-loop. best they've scored at the 2-star long level was a 35.3 in Cronenberg last year. Lovely square halt up at sea and a clear immobility before this rainback. The halt and the rainback separately marked. Completing their test for the Netherlands, Lieder Neighbour, Ansi Ginkgo de Hus. Huge cheers there from the team of Netherlands supporters. So we have a score in from Salmi Leho and Regarding Tenor. Judge at E71.136, C71.818, and our judge at M72.045. Total percentage score 71.67, and a final penalty score of 28.30. So into 11th place for Finland's Salmi Leho.
The second part
So that's all the scores I have for the moment, and currently leading the pack
Thank you so much.
is Smilla Malin Phillips Sir Boggles for Germany, 23.50. So that's the end of dressage there for our junior section. We will be back at 3 o'clock Central European Summer Time for the continuation of our young rider dressage. So do tune in to FEI.tv because we'll be back at 3 o'clock for the continuation of the young rider dressage. I'll see you then.
Official results. Top master for Ireland and legal number for Netherlands. Per Tom Nestor Cole Diamond Dancer, giudice in 144, 153 e 5. Ireland, judge in 2, judge in M 439.5, the total 66. Negative points, 30. Bene, gli ultimi risultati, ovviamente vado a ringraziare i giudici di questo europeo. The jury of this European Eventing Championship in Ireland, Nicky Shoring, Netherlands. The last official count, another Axigink di USA for Netherlands. 150. Total point 475.5, percentage 72.05, negative new total negative 85.25, the third position after the research. Second position France for Italian team. Quindi signori, alle ore 15 ritorneremo qui per la seconda parte del Rider. Exactly in this arena, a classic sport for Ireland for the second part of a dressage test.